Good morning, New York City. The sixth round is underway at the 108th Edward Lasker Memorial / 2024 Marshall Chess Club Championship. And I would like to begin the broadcast with Lin Shizu on board number 10. We had a talk with Lin Shizu after one of his games, and he is super young. How old did he tell me he was? 10 or 11? Already rated above 2100. And the highlight of the whole interview was, obviously, my goal is to be world champion. And like, that was amazing. It's such a given to him that, hey, I'm just 10 and I'm above 2100 feet. What's my goal? I want to be world champion. He's playing on board number 10 with the black pieces today, and they have blitzed out the first 8 moves. His opponent is Pranav Shankar. D4, knight f6, c4, e6. Agnieszka Rajewski, testing, 1, 2, 3. It worked. It went through. We have, since the last broadcast, another new follower, and he is Lyndon DeVault 5. We appreciate the follow. Knight f3. So I have seen enough movies with Eastern European characters that I think did I butcher the pronunciation of your name? Is that Polish? And is the Agnieszka, is that anywhere near the right pronunciation? Agnieszka? We have the Catalan opening by Pranav Shankar. I'm a big Catalan man myself. I love to fianchetto that light squared bishop. Hey, I've been studying chess for 28 years, and I love the fundamentals. When I fianchetto the bishop, I put the bishop on g2. Don't you dare tell me this bishop is not putting pressure all the way through to the opponent's queen side. It's going to happen. Bishop to b4. Oh, Agnieszka Radwanska, the Polish tennis player. But are you Polish as well? And can you confirm whether Agnieszka is a decent Polish pronunciation of that name? Because I get obsessed with things. If you can't answer me that, I'm going to pause the broadcast, go to Google Translate, and listen to that. Listen to it. I'll have to. Bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop to g2, pawn to c6. Queen to c2 and kingside castling. Kingside castling and b6, b3 and a5. Okay, so whenever black plays the closed version of the Catalan nowadays, it's quite common to play bishop b4 check first. Black wants the bishop on e7, but in the regular bishop e7 lines, then white gets to develop this knight to d2 and then push e4, and the knight and the queen are protecting that advance. So instead of that, black plays a check first on b4 with the sole goal of slightly displacing white's dark squared bishop. And so after bishop e7, we reach the same position, but now the plan of knight bd2 followed by e4 is no longer available. The best pronunciation I have heard in a while. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let me check that in Polish. Oh, so I just heard the pronunciation in Polish. And so you have to pronounce the G It's not Agnieszka, it's Agnieszka. You have to pronounce the G. It's Mikola Bortnik, international master with the black pieces, against Aaron Jacobson. So, the most common way to play the white pieces here is rook to d1, followed by bishop f4, and then white decides, depending on what black does, whether the knight will be developed to c3 or d2. But Pranav Shankar had other ideas. He played b3. To me, this is a sign that he wants to develop the knight to c3 without giving up the pawn on c4. And Zhu has immediately responded with a5 and then rook to d1. Nice. We have my favorite Catalan in one of the boards. Let's take a quick look here, guys, at what the standings are looking like before round number 6. So we have 3 players as joint leaders in Andrew Tang, Mikola Bortnik, and Jurabek Mrakulov. Only half a point is an entire contingent of 9 players. Candidate Master Aditya Das, Nathaniel Moore, Jasmine Su, John Hughes, International Master Liam Putnam, International Master Aaron Jacobson, Grandmaster Michael Rode, International Master Kevin George of Egypt, and FIDE Master Nicholas Mata of the United States. And we could say that the players with the 3 points they also have a good chance to either maybe not win the tournament, but if they play very well today, maybe win both games, they can finish right up there. Joshua Colas, Leif Preissman, Eric Fleischman, Corinne Gortenlaub, and Chen Chuan Ling. As for the pairings, we have Andrew Tang as white against Jurabek Mrakulov in board number 1. The winner of this game is in fantastic shape to win the tournament. Let's go exactly to board number 1. The game has begun, and Andrew Tang has played his customary d4. We might have another London system. He's been very successful with it. Knight f3, d5, and that's exactly what we've had with bishop f4. c5, e3, and knight c6. I'm very used to playing the black side of this position. Push'em Baby is with us. Up top, Push'em. Come on, guys. He's an international master. You can't call an international master just Mikola because his brother is a grandmaster. Just Mikola. I'll tell Mikola about this, okay? I'll tell him, hey, there are 2 guys here and a girl. They called you just Mikola, okay? Ah, didn't expect that. I won't do it. Knight bd2. So Andrew Tang, he's very much aware that queen b6 is supposed to be black's next move here. And the old line of c3, queen to b6, queen to b3, and c4 is known to be pretty good for black. And so Andrew Tang, who has a very modern treatment of the London, now plays a better move. And the point here is that if Kamrakulov plays the queen to b6 now, which I prefer not to do as black in this position, but if he does, I can 100% guarantee that Andrew Tang will reply with d takes c5, and he will allow queen takes b2. I've been following enough of his games now to understand how he operates, and he likes to sharpen things up in the London. Then after rook b1, queen to c3, attacking the pawn on c5, he would develop the bishop here, attacking the knight. He will sacrifice this pawn, castle kingside, and open up some lines with c4, and he will try to get an initiative in that way. That's exactly what's going to happen if queen. That's exactly what he has planned against queen b6. Can guarantee it. Guarantee it, I say. Okay. Kamrakulov has chosen to do something else entirely. He has played knight to h5. He has played knight to h5. Ha! I had never seen this move, but the Tang man takes on c5. Andrew is not the type of guy where you're going to play knight h5 and he's just, oh, let me just play the, sheepishly play the bishop to g3. No. He studies the London system very deeply, and he has very specific, sharp answers for anything that you bring to the table. Anything. So it looks like he already had good prep against knight h5 because he played d takes c5 instantly. And Kamrakulov is letting him know that, hey, I've studied this position as well. I'm not in a hurry to get this pawn. I will fianchetto my dark squared bishop. I have the bishop there. And it just remains to be seen whether Kamrakulov is satisfied with playing the middle game down a pawn and looking for compensation with the bishop there and a better pawn structure, or whether he has a plan to regain the pawn. Because I'm going to be honest, g6 surprises me a little bit, and he played it super quickly. I thought his idea would have been to play queen a5 and get the pawn back, because he will get the pawn back if he does that. He will get the pawn back. But no, he plays g6. He wants to play a sharp game as well. Is it still technically a London if it starts with d4, d5, or does it need to be with knight f6? It's technically a London in both cases. Basically, if white plays d4 and then develops with bishop f4, knight f3, e3, it's a London system regardless of what black does. White is the one who chooses the London, not black. Let's take a look at board number 2, where one of the leaders is also playing. Mikola Bortnik has black against Jacobson, and Jacobson has played d4, and Bortnik has not replied yet. Maybe he has not arrived yet. Probably he has not arrived yet. And so he's gonna give up an advantage on the clock, at least 10 minutes, if he starts the game now. We'll see. Board number 3, Liam Putnam playing against Nicholas Mata. This game has not begun. This game has not begun. We will do something really quickly and be back in just a minute, maybe a minute and a half. And then we have board number 4, where the super talented Jasmine Su is playing white against the super talented Egyptian international master Kevin George, just 14 years old. Battling for rating points. He wants to be a grandmaster. And he loves to play the Najdorf Sicilian. Jasmine has obliged, and she has played the English attack. And Kevin goes for the H5 line here. We get lots of questions about, like, when I'm teaching this line to my students about this H5 idea. Like, why? Doesn't that weaken the black position to play like that? Yes, it does, a little bit, but it's worthwhile. Black wants to stop G4. And he's willing to pay the price of weakening the king side a little bit to make that happen. White now needs to decide between two main approaches. One of them is to castle queenside, and then we have something like this where white will try to play h3, bishop d3, and g4. Very commonly black replies with h4, and then we have a position that goes something like this. But white also has the approach of changing his plans and switching gears and going for the positional idea of castling kingside, and then later on trying to prove to the opponent that h5 is a weakening move that does not blend well with positional middle games in these types of open Sicilians. And Jasmine has decided to follow that route. She plays knight e5. Then knight takes d5 and bishop to f5. Bishop to e2. And then black plays the pawn to a5. That's a very strong move, by the way. It's usually not a good idea for black to play b5 in these types of positions. b5 is a misunderstanding of the position. It's like not fully apprehending the concept here. Because when white plays a4, there's a lot of pressure against b5, okay? And so b takes a4, rook takes a4, kingside castling and doubling rooks on the a file. Later this knight sometimes goes to a5, which is a pretty strong square, and white has the advantage. So a5 instead of b5 is a great idea. Great idea. The knight itself will not be able to occupy that square. And white cannot open lines on the queen side to his advantage. Jasmine has decided to stop that pawn in its tracks with a4, which is the correct approach. Both players castle kingside, knight d7, and Jasmine has positioned her bishop on b5, trying to make use of the fact that the b5 square is weak. So there have been many games by the hundreds where high-level players have played not this exact diagram, but very, very similar ones. This h5 line is extremely popular. It's nowadays considered to be black's very best approach against the English attack. So that's board number 4. Let's go to number 5, where the candidate master Aditya Das is playing Nathaniel Moore. And we have an Italian opening. C3, knight f6, pawn to d3. This is known as the Gioco Piano, which means slow game in Italian, because it's a slow game. In the Gioco Piano, it's a slow game. If white wants to play faster, then d4 is the move. Then that's not a Gioco Piano. A Gioco Piano is when white plays a plain d3. If white chooses d4 instead, one of the main lines goes e takes d4, e5 and d5, bishop to b5, knight to e4, c takes d4, bishop b6. This is one of the main lines. Pretty balanced. Completely different type of position. h3, a6. When black plays a6, white bishop has no access to the b5 square. So knight a5 would indeed allow black to grab the light squared bishop. So a4 stops any possible b5, but most importantly allows the bishop to be retreated to a2 when the knight goes to a5. h6, kingside castling, and bishop e3. So Nathaniel has decided not to open up the f file for Daz. Bishop takes e3 would have been okay as well. One typical position would be f takes e3, and then this knight is rerouted to the king side. This is okay too. This is how the Italian goes. Bunch of ways to play it well, to keep it balanced. You can really imprint your style, your personality, and your interpretation of the position. Bishop to e6, bishop takes a7, and rook takes a7. It looks like every time we have an Italian, a Gioco Piano Italian, the result of the opening is equality. And we usually have long games, like very technical long middle games and end games, and the true friction tends to happen later on. Board number 6. Irishman John Hughes is playing FIDE Master Leif Pressman. They don't have their ratings there on Lee Chess, but John Hughes' FIDE rating is 2164, and Leif Pressman is 2226. That one is correct. Oh, we have an old approach to the opening by John Hughes. Knight c3, knight f6, bishop c4, knight c6, and d3. Wow. That allows That allows knight a5, picking up the bishop pair. He's allowing that on purpose. And Pressman is going for it. Bishop b3, knight takes b3, a takes b3. This is not supposed to give white an advantage. This trade of knight for bishop this early on is very comfortable for black. Certainly, John Hughes knows that. He's also not worse just because he allowed that trade. He castles kingside, and his opponent castles kingside as well. Seems like a very strong result of the opening for Pressman. Black is at least equal. There's the bishop pair, and there's the only pawn on the fourth rank belongs to black. We could very realistically rate this as a slight advantage for black already. Quite the result of the opening there. Then we go to board number 7, where 14 moves have already been played by candidate master Chen Xuan Ling and FIDE master Joshua Colas. We've had the opportunity to talk to Joshua Colas, and he's a really nice person to talk to. Like, it seems like he's really passionate about the game, and he's got this like easy flowing way of talking. His personality, there's a levity about him. C4, E6, knight C3, and A6. So this is a modern approach of the Queen's Gambit declined. Black demonstrates his willingness to pick up the pawn on C4 and keep it with B5, depending on what white does. So C takes D5 is the main approach for white. So that doesn't happen. And then black will seek out to prove that in these typical Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation middle games, this move here, A6, will be useful. Bishop E6, E3, knight BD7, bishop D3, bishop D6. Okay, so looks like this is a very well prepared modern approach of the opening by Joshua Colas. And bishop F4. That's cool. That's an interesting move. Played very quickly. Only took Ling a minute and a half to play it. We have the live video feed of Andrew Tang versus Komarakolov in board number 1. And Mikola Bortnik playing black against Aaron Jacobson on board number 2. Yeah, so Ling's idea is that after bishop takes f4, e takes f4, f5 is being threatened against the opponent's bishop there. Black should play g6, but I always find this a bit weird because I like this for white. The e5 square dominated by 2 pawns. I can put a knight there and keep it there. I have the e-file for the rook. I have knight g5 ideas. I can have f5 ideas as well. But I think most human players would prefer not to make this trade. So black plays the queen to c7. Bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, and rook c1. Kingside castling and h3. Rook f8, knight a4. So Ling is trying to take advantage of a couple of dark squared weaknesses in black's queen side. And Colas, after a 4-minute think, decided that he wants the c5 square under his control, and he will probably try to push c5 next. So we have an interesting positional battle between these two warriors. Board number 8, the super charismatic international master Jay Bonin. His interview was one of those where it's like, really, we have to end this. I'm gonna have to end this interview and keep talking about other games of chess instead of just listening to your stories. He's so charismatic, and you just get the feeling that if you would sit down with him for lunch or something and say, Mr. Bonin, can you tell me some chess stories from back in the day? And then that's all you're going to say for 3 hours over lunch. Can you tell me some chess stories? And then you just listen. And I would assume that after 3 hours, you would go home and saying, oh, that's over already. Can we do that again? He told me during his interview that he's always interested in finding a way to force the opponent to use up more and more time on the clock. And so he switches his openings up a lot. Against Eric Fleischmann here, Eric Fleischmann is rated 2010 FIDE. He goes for the Larson opening. Oh, nice. Yeah, bishop takes f6 is an old idea. So white is giving up the bishop pair in order to control d5. So if I try to play c4 and knight c3, black can play e6 and d5. Black controls the d5 square just fine. So bishop takes f6, aims to modify the pawn structure and then plays c4, knight c3, and knight e5. c4, f5, knight c3. Bishop g7 and rook c1. d6 and e3. Knight d7 and g3. Very unorthodox opening play here, but I like it. It's pretty positional, makes sense. Very fluid development of the pieces here. Fleischmann is playing c6 because he doesn't want Jay Bonin's light squared bishop to put too much pressure against his queen side. Then b4, bishop e6 attacks the c4 pawn. When the tournament started, our goal here during these broadcasts were we wanted to do everything that we could to cover the top 8 boards, but we're trying to do 10 now. So this is board number 9, where look, William Hoffman has the white pieces against Brian and Ming Lin. Our new subscriber is David Pozo and also Aig Boje. You guys are so welcome. Do you know that? You guys know how welcome you are? Thank you. The Marshall Chess Clubs appreciates you. Look, William Hoffman is rated 2078 FIDE. And he is 17 years old. Brian Lin is rated 2359 and he is 14 years old. Brian Lin had a day to forget yesterday. He had a completely winning position against Jasmine Su with the black pieces on round 4, and he ended up losing after he missed a completely winning continuation, and then he was not able to win his following game with the white pieces. It was a draw against the lower rated opponent. So he was, during his interview, you could see that he was a little bit sad with his performance, but you know, that's what happened. We are chess warriors, and we lick our wounds, have a good night's sleep, and show up for battle the next day. So Polycroc mentioning Look is 16, not 17. Thank you for that. He's 16, not 17. That is correct. Okay, so I made a mistake with Brian too. Brian is 13. Brian is not 14 years old. Brian is 13. Brian and Ming Lin. Thank you, Polycroc. So they are playing a good old 4 knights opening. D4, C takes D4, and bishop to B4. This is a line that is extremely solid for black. The pawn on E4 is being threatened, and bishop D3 drops the knight on D4. So white takes on C6 first, and then plays the bishop to D3. D5 takes kingside castling. This is a very well-known pawn sacrifice. It's pretty provocative. White can play d takes c6 here if he really wants to. But it's considered to be extremely dangerous. Simply because after rook e8 check, we don't have a great reply for this check. For example, bishop to e2, knight d5. Already putting pressure on c3, and then there's bishop a6 ideas as well. This is extremely dangerous. I don't recall the last time I saw a strong player opt for d takes c6 here. Everybody and their cousin castles kingside. Now, of course, white is ready to win the pawn without allowing the check. That means it's black's turn to play c takes d5. Bishop g5, bishop c6, pawn to c6. Of course, after bishop g5, the d5 pawn becomes weaker due to the pin on this diagonal. So black replies with c6, and white replies with queen f3. So there's a bit of an attack against f6, but that is no biggie. There are many ways for black to play this, including playing the bishop to d6 and inviting the endgame after bishop takes f6, queen takes, pawn takes. Black then can continue with rook b8 and bishop to e5, trying to put a bit of pressure here, and black is just fine. I actually even slightly prefer the black position here. A weakness is only a weakness if it can be exploited, and these doubled and isolated pawns on the king side, it's next to impossible for white to take advantage of them with the f-file closed and all. So bishop e7, rook fe1, and pawn to h6, bishop to h4, bishop to g4. Queen f4. Wow. So look, William Hoffman is provoking Brian into playing g5, but g5 looks like it would be a huge blunder, actually. White can merrily sacrifice the bishop, and we will have a pretty deadly rook lift after rook e5. And this is game over. At the same time, Brian cannot keep his bishop on g4 because Luke is planning on taking on f6 and then winning the bishop on g4. So Brian needs to move the bishop back to e6, and that's what he does. So it's Luke's turn. Usually it's a good idea for white to choose to improve this knight. This pawn formation limits this knight a great deal. And so, for example, knight to e2 followed by knight d4, or knight to g3, knight to f5. Sometimes the knight can even go to a4 so that white can try some queenside play with c4. All of these plans are possible. We will see what the young Luke William Hoffman will choose in this battle of awesome teenagers. Let's go back to board number 1. So after Kamrakulov played g6, Andrew then decided, oh, you don't want to play queen a5 and get the pawn back? So I will take queen a5 away from you. I will protect the pawn. After bishop g7, threatening the b2 pawn, I'll play c3, and I will keep my extra pawn, and we'll see what happens. So it looks like both players got exactly what they wanted out of the opening. Black has played e6 here. So Kamrakulov did not lose a pawn. He sacrificed it. This is all by design. Whether he has full compensation for it or not is a different matter altogether. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I prefer white a bit. And I think that Andrew is happy. King f1, not castle. Andrew Tang. I have never seen anybody play the London so creatively. Oh, no, he castled. Okay. Okay. That was a DGT thing. But, you know, now that I think about it, if one plays king f1 with the idea of g3, king to g2 to keep the rook on the h file, I guess that would be playable too. But looks like he castled. Okay, Mikola Bortnik arrived at the playing hall 22 minutes late, but he did arrive. Out of the top 10 boards, this is the second to last game to begin. It looks like Liam Putnam is not on the premises yet, and he's the final player in the top 10 boards to arrive. Let's take a look at board number 2. Mikola Bortnik, one of the leaders, one of the 3 leaders of the tournament. And he plays this modern approach to the Queen's Gambit, which is to play h6 quickly instead of the routine bishop e7. Against bishop e7, white goes and plays the bishop to g5. And gefilte fish. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day yourself, sir. Thank you for stopping by on a busy day and wishing us a good broadcast. Gefilte Fish has been with us for much of this broadcast throughout the rounds. It's been really nice to talk to him in the chat here. Anything cool planned for today, Gefilte Fish? H6, G3, bishop to B4. Bishop G2 and kingside castling. Kingside castling and D takes C4. Okay. So Bortnik picks up the pawn on C4. It will be up to Aaron Jacobson. We'll see if he will play the most natural looking move in the position, which is knight e5, to pick up the C4 pawn. Farewell, Gefilte Fish. Have a good day of work and chores. I do lots of chores on Sundays, but not this Sunday. It's all about the broadcast. So this Sunday is no work and chores for me. It's just work. And then I'll do all the chores on Monday. Oh, my Monday. Let's take a look at board number 3. I'm a little bit tense. Liam Putnam, where are you? Please arrive, Liam. Board number 4. Jasmine had played bishop to b5 against Kevin George. Bishop to g6 is a standard move to prepare the typical f5 advance. So this is something that happens very commonly on this line. White advances the queen side, black advances the king side. Huh. Does this not hang a pawn? Because black's queen is a bit overloaded, protecting d7 and a5. When Kevin plays bishop g6, he's no longer protecting the knight here. But knight takes a5 does not win a pawn because c2 will hang at the end. Like that. But Jasmine has played c4, so this pawn is not up for grabs anymore. So when Kevin plays f5, and it took him 9 minutes to make that move. What's going on here? Isn't knight takes a5 good? That has not been played, but I mean, just glancing at it, I don't see why not. We will come back to board number 4 later to see if Jasmine will play knight takes a5 or not. Circling back to board number 6. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, and pawn to d4. And knight d7. As it's usually the case with the Italian, there's lots of options. If Nathaniel would have preferred to take with the rook on e6, that would have been just fine. The thing is that after d4, then d5 would threaten the fork, and he would have to spend another tempo to bring the rook back to safety. Yeah, white could be a little bit better here. Playing d5 and a5, just gaining more space on the queen side. White should be a bit better. I like it that he took with the pawn instead. And then after d4, knight d7. Now, if white insists with d5, this is fine for black, I think. Black can just take, play knight e7, attack here, and after white plays c4, black can play this very good positional move, a5, which does not allow white himself to play a5 and b4. That means black's knight will find a home on c5. Editea has made a decision. He takes on e5. D takes c5 was white's decision here. I think it's better. I think that's a better decision than d5. It makes no sense for black to double the pawns here, I don't think. I myself like to find good moments to play with double pawns. I like double pawns sometimes, but this is too much. This is a stretch. Good morning, King Cowgirl. Time to grind, get this bread, and watch Louis show us some stellar chess. I like that plan. How's that not a fine Sunday? Yeah, so d takes z5, knight c4. There's no way black can justify this pawn structure here. So let's just go ahead and play simple chess with knight takes c5, knight takes c5, knight takes c5. So there's the d3 square to worry about. I'm thinking white could play rook to e3 and prepare to eject the knight with f4. But instead, Editea has played knight f3, which to me seems like a drawish decision. If white wants to get an advantage out of this, he should probably try to eject this knight, not trade it. You know, it gets to the point where it's, you know, when it feels like a little bit too much trading. Feels like just a bit too much trading. Liam Putnam has arrived at the playing hall. Nice. Okay, he was late. He was late by almost a full hour. 55 minutes late. So Liam Putnam will have to play a rapid game against Nicholas Mata, who will play classical chess. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and d5. Knight c3 and c6, and he goes for e3. This is the semi-Slav defense, where white will typically choose between the more aggressive bishop g5 and the more positional e3. I am an e3 man myself, and so is Liam Putnam. And Liam Putnam plays queen to c2, which is known as the anti-Marin variation. The Marin variation is when white plays bishop d3 and black replies with d takes c4, b5, and bishop b7, attempting to play c5 and open up this diagonal for the light squared bishop later on. So queen to c2 is white saying, why don't you take on c4 yourself so I can develop my bishop from f1 to c4 in just one fell swoop. But then black goes, no, I'll play the bishop to d6 and I'll castle, and I will wait for you to develop your light squared bishop so I can take on c4, gaining that tempo. And that's what happened. And so black plays b5 and white plays the bishop to e2. So this bishop can be retreated to d3 or e2. Whenever white plays the bishop to d3, white is more interested on this diagonal. I prefer bishop e2 as well. This knight can go to e4, and white will be able to recapture with the queen. And this bishop can go to a different diagonal later on in the game. Also, if white wants to play rook d1 and e4, the d3 bishop will not stand in the way. I like to play this opening in exactly the same way Liam Putnam is playing. Their FIDE ratings are not showing, but Liam Putnam is rated 2403. Nicholas Matta is rated 2253. And black has just played bishop to b7. Liam Putnam has been able to play the first 10 moves very quickly. He's got more time on his clock now than he had when he sat down, which is a good thing. Going back to board number 6, we had stopped on move 9 when black had castle kingside. And after a long 18-minute think, the Irishman John Hughes has decided to play f4. I was expecting d4 instead. I don't like this move a whole lot because it weakens white's king side a little bit. This diagonal tends to be annoying. And once the e-file opens up, the weakness of the e3 square and possibly this diagonal as well, these weaknesses might be felt. So I prefer to strike the center with d4. Keeping my king side nice and solid. But we'll see if f4 will prove to be a mistake or not. Pressman made a quick decision, only 2.5 minutes to play the bishop to g4, which looks entirely correct. Looks entirely correct, because if white plays h3 now to attack the bishop, which is not a good move, then black will play knight takes c3, this knight spinned, b takes c3, and bishop takes c3, attacking the rook with the pinned knight. This is Pressman's idea. And because of it, John Hughes takes on d5 instead. Queen takes d5, h3, check, king to h2. Bishop takes e2, queen takes e2, rook f e8. Pressman is a bit better. His pieces are very active, very well centralized. Red Flag Chess is with us. How are you doing? How's the chess? Chess is doing just fine. How's your chess doing, Red Flag Chess? We are at the final day of competition. Good day, good day. Final day of competition at the Marshall Chess Club. By tonight, we will know who is the 2024 Marshall Chess Club champion. Red Flag Chess doesn't play chess on Sundays typically, but chess has been slow in improving. This is awesome. Keep up the good work. Board 7, FIDE Master Joshua Colas on move 14 had decided that he was going to modify the pawn structure and play on the dark squares with his queenside pawns rather than the light ones. And 95 was tried by Lin here. Interesting. Taking on e5 would be a huge mistake because of the b6 pawn. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, knight takes b6, forks the two rooks. So that's no bueno. Black plays c5 instead. Sticking to the plan. Knight takes d7, bishop takes d7 is hitting the knight on a4. Knight c3, pawn to c4. Okay, Joshua Colas is doing well now. This is a nice pawn majority on the queen side there. That's a really great position. This was probably a positional error to bring the knight back to c3 and allow Joshua Colas to produce this amazing pawn majority there. Black's position is certainly better because there's nothing white can play for. White has nothing to attack. This was a classic positional error by Ling. What he should have done probably is take on c5 first and then bring the knight back to c3. Because then this is what we call the hanging pawns structure, where black needs to be ever mindful of the possibility that either of these two pawns can get under attack. That gives white something to do for the rest of the game. The way the game was played, it's Colas all the way here. Red Flag Chess, that's a really broad question. I would need a diagram. I would need a position. Because usually in chess, we have to look at specific diagrams and specific positions, because it's a game of rules and exceptions to the rules. Oh, okay. The one on screen, okay. Sacrificing everything for the kingside pawns. We don't have enough. We don't have enough attackers against that king side to sack everything. So, for example, let's say we play here and then here. If I could at least play queen takes check, I could be closer to a repetition, even though I don't think it would happen anyway. But now queen c2 is too slow. Black just protects the pawn, and black's king is safe. But there's no cause for desperation here yet. It's a position with equal material where neither side has a threat. So this is still okay. The question is, how does white find something to do here? Because Colas is strategically dominating. There you go, red flag chess. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. How about h4, h5, and we go for the counterattack? That's absolutely possible. Tumblr iPhone. Black will try to win through the queenside majority. No? Yes, definitely. Definitely. Black will utilize the 4 versus 3 queenside pawn majority to try to produce a pass pawn and win the game. The h4 move, which was suggested by red flag chess, is totally possible and might be what white is going to play here. Board number 8. Jay Bonin playing white against bishop e6. This is where we had stopped. He now plays d3 to protect c4. C takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. Black plays the pawn to a5. And Jay Bonin wants to put pressure against the b7 pawn. And black has defended the pawn with rook a7. This looks pretty balanced. The veteran international master Jay Bonin had a very candid interview with us where he told us that he has recently survived a health scare, that he's happy to be here with us, that he's happy to be able to play some chess. He's probably really enjoying himself right now. Might have this new perspective in life, this sense of gratitude. I didn't feel it was my place to further ask him on what the health scare was. But it does seem to have been serious enough that he mentions that he's just happy to be here and happy to be playing. More power to you, Jay Bonin. Cent'anni. Jay Bonin is 70 years old. Another veteran player in the tournament is Grandmaster Michael Rode, who is not playing in this round. Michael Rode is 65 years old, I think. Red flag chessman. Exactly. People's health is a private matter. So I was watching this lecture by an Indian guru, right, from the Indian ashrams and all of that. I like to watch different types of personalities speak, and these spiritual leaders of Asia, Tibet, Japan, India, they have some amazing insights in life. And one of them said that about the importance of enjoying life and enjoying the now and being grateful for what we have. And then he said, he was giving a lecture in the United States, and he said, right here in the United States, you know, you have this fascination with cars, and then you want to have the best car possible. And on a scale of 1 to 10, if you live in a neighborhood where your car would be graded a 7, and then all of your neighbors have cars graded a 7, and then you work very hard, you sacrifice your health, and finally you get a car that's graded 8, and you feel so amazing. You drive that car with a sense of happiness and accomplishment and even superiority. But then, if it so happens that the very next day, all of your neighbors are driving a car graded 9, then you can't stand your car anymore. So you know who's got the best car? The one who's driving his car happily and enjoying it to the fullest with a sense of gratitude for driving his car. That's the best car in the world. So this is a little bit of an extension of what Jay Bonin told us, that he might be the one enjoying this tournament the most. He might be the one happiest for being here and doing battle. You could just sell the house and move to a neighborhood where your 7 is a 9. Yeah, that's an option too. That's an option too. That's funny. Do you practice yoga, Luis? I have in the past. I've done like yoga and meditation classes and retreats in the past. But I must admit that living in Brazil, living in the West, like it's not very popular here, and it's hard to do some sort of a practice where you're kind of, it's hard to find a good solid group to engage with, you know, to motivate you. I hear it's way more common in the US to find nice yoga groups with lots of people, and that must be really cool. There are yoga schools in Brazil, but it's still like a bit incipient in its beginning stages. Let's take a look at board number 9. Look, William Hoffman had to make a decision here after Brian Enminglin played Bishop E6, and I mentioned the idea of knight E2, knight D4, and this is exactly what Look, William Hoffman is going for. Knight E2, Queen D7, and knight going to D4. Bishop D6 and Queen to D2. Of course, White wants to play Bishop takes F6 now, and Brian has played Knight G4. And then Bishop G3. I see, Red Flag Chess. Do you live in the U.S., Red Flag Chess? And if so, where? I don't know who Eduardo Durante is. Is that a yoga teacher? And board number 10, the young sensation Lin Shizu, playing black. Against Pranav Shankar. Pranav Shankar is rated 1905. So Pranav is 17 years old. He won both of his games yesterday against a couple of 1800 level players. And he is winning 14 rating points before this game. As for Lin Zhu, he is 10 years old indeed. And he is winning 7 rating points so far. He has won games against a couple of players rated close to 2000, Miles Lee and Miles Henson. We analyze his victory with the black pieces against Miles Henson. Yeah, let's take a look at the position here. We're looking at... we last looked at Pranav Shankar versus Lin Zhu when White had played the rook to d1. Good afternoon to you, Sebas, by the way. Thank you so much. Red Flag Chaz is from South Carolina. Eduardo Durante is a chess player, a chess streamer. I've never heard of him. And I know a lot about the Brazilian chess players. How high rated is he? Talking about board number 9, knight g4, bishop g3, bishop takes g3. Let's address that question. Certainly Brian Lynn does not have an attack on the king side, right? This idea of playing knight g4 was a bit more of a defensive one. Because he cannot allow bishop takes f6. But he could have tried knight h5, right? To play knight f4. This would have been a possibility. With knight g4, bishop g3, bishop takes, h takes. Black can play, Sebaz, rook b8, but it's so easy for white to keep this pawn protected with b3. I normally prefer the black queen going to b6 rather than d7 in these positions. The queen is more active vertically and diagonally here. Queen d7, the queen, I feel it's just slightly passive there. So you're thinking about rook a d8. Oh, rook a b8 instead of bishop takes g3, right? Yeah. And then pawn to b3. I'm never afraid of bishop b4 because I can always play c3 here. Brian does not have an attack on the king side. And because he doesn't have an attack on the king side, white is probably slightly better. Because white can play queen to c3, put some pressure against this pawn, advance the b pawn to b4 as well. It looks like white's centralized minor pieces and better bishop makes his position at least marginally better. Let's take another look at board number 10. Lin Zhu decided to develop his bishop on a6. We had bishop f4, knight bd7, knight bd2, knight h5, and white plays e4. Wow. Allowing this move. This is most unexpected. The normal move is bishop e3. Probably he did not want to play against f5 with the possibility of f4. But e4 simply doesn't look good. Knight takes f4, g takes f4, knight f6. This knight can go to h5 now to attack here. Wow, e5 would actually be a huge mistake now. e5 is a huge mistake. Knight h5. No problem, Sebas. There's no way to protect this pawn. White would have to push f5, but then black takes and plays g6, and this knight is going to the marvelous f4 square next, unless white plays queen to g4, in which case black plays bishop c8, and white has lost the queen. The queen has just gotten trapped. e6, bishop takes e6, and the queen cannot go anywhere. So the queen retreats somewhere else, and this knight goes to f4. And this is certainly better for black. Black can continue with bishop c8, bishop f5 next. And this is very uncomfortable for white. So e5 would be a bad decision, but that's not what Pranav played. He went for knight e5, attacking the c6 pawn. Rook to c8 defends it. And now queen to d3. White seems to be just holding on at the moment here. Bishop h3, bishop to b4. Black now threatens to win a pawn by means of bishop takes b4 followed by knight takes e4. So white plays f3. This is a really awkward pawn structure. And now black plays knight h5. So this is a link to the current standings as asked by Joel Hanks. There it is, Joel. Knight h5 attacks f4. Queen to e3 defends it. But now black plays c5. Wow, this is fantastic by Zhu. This is fantastic. This is a masterpiece so far. Black is fully dominating. White could be lost now. Queen h4 is coming, and there's a problem with the bishop. There's a problem with the pawn. And there's a problem with this diagonal. These are far too many problems for white, and white is certainly lost right now. Pranav Shankar did not take good care of his pawn structure. And looks like he's going to have to pay the price now. We've had knight takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop takes c6. This looks like a bit desperate. C takes d4. And the queen cannot capture the pawn because of bishop c5. Zoo is completely winning in this game. All the top 10 boards, fighting games, no quick draws, people just really going for it. This is awesome. We're going to have the typical traditional quick 10-minute break in the middle of the round, and then we will be back to follow the rest of the round to its end, and with some interviews with the players, possibly. Board number one, let's take just another look before the break at Andrew Tang playing white against Kamrakulov. He protected his pawn with g3. Kamrakulov has to demonstrate his compensation, and he wants to reroute his knight to attack the c5 pawn. Queen to d2, pawn to a5. He wants to remove the white knight from b3. The Penguin GM is not allowing it, and then knight a6. Now, do we want to take the knight or not? Because black is going to play knight takes c5 if we let him, and we should not let him. Queen e3 was played. Looks good. Bishop d7. And knight to e5. Rook fc8 played by Kamrakulov. So Kamrakulov is really trying to equalize here, but Andrew Tang is putting pressure on him. Andrew Tang has a bunch of choices now. He can take on d7. He can take on a6. He's got a bunch of choices. We will leave you with this board open, and we will be right back, guys. Stay there. right? We are back, and only now did Andrew Tang make his decision. He thought for a long time here. He thought about this for a long time. I mentioned that he has many, many different options. Totally okay to take the knight on a6 here, give up the bishop pair for a very good reason. It's part of White's strategy to keep the pawn on c5, and giving up the bishop pair is doesn't look like a biggie here. So red flag chess mentioning now that he takes on d7, can he take on a5? But no. Because if he takes on a5 now, then there's knight takes c5, and this is under attack, and b4 attacks c5 and protects a5, but knight takes a4 is protected by the queen, and there's a huge attack against c3, and White is completely lost. So knight takes a5 loses the game. And he has chosen to play c6. Wow. I did not see that idea. That's very creative. There's no really creative. There's no good way for black to take, right? Andrew Tang is so sophisticated. If b takes c6, he takes the knight on a6 and wins the exchange. Since the white queen is protected by a pawn, queen a7 does not pin the knight. We can just go ahead and take on a6. If black takes with the rook, there's bishop b5. And if black takes with the queen, then knight takes a5, takes the pawn, gaining a tempo. That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart. I see that while I was having a little snack, I see the conversation between Red Flag Chess and Brooklyn Cyclone. That's right. So knight takes a5 would not have been a good idea because black can play bishop takes e5 first and only then take here. Yeah. This is a pattern we see time and time again with Andrew Tang, right? He takes his sweet time, gets into time trouble, but always finds those ideas that illustrate very clearly that he thinks outside of the box. Probably, Sebas. Probably queen c7 is the move then. Queen c7 should be the move because after c takes b7, queen takes b7, knight takes a5, there's queen takes b2. Boom, boom. Like that. Queen c7 seems to be the good stuff here. Let's take a look at board number 2. We looked at the opening. Mikola Bortnik decided to play d takes c4, and I was wondering if Aaron Jacobson wanted to play the knight to e5 to recapture the pawn, but he chose another method, playing queen to a4. That attacks the bishop and indirectly the pawn on c4. Bortnik replies with a5. And against a3, he plays the bishop to d7 first. That forces the white queen away. So Bortnik is really trying to retain the pawn here. Queen to c2. And then bishop takes c3. If bishop e7, knight e5 comes. The pawn will be taken. Bishop d6 controls e5, but allows e4 with the idea of e5. So Bortnik takes on c3. We have queen takes c3, bishop c6. He decides not to play b5, although that could be playable. What does white play against b5? Knight e5? I'm thinking knight e5 and rook a6. What's going on here then? Then black can try knight d5 next. I like to hold on to this c4 pawn whenever I'm playing black. I would be basically inclined to play b5 unless I saw something that would discourage me from it. Knight e5 and rook a6. Yeah. This is how I would be inclined to play. Of course, I would try to check all the variations, but that would be the natural inclination of my own personal style. He decides to allow the opponent to take the pawn, and he's doing just fine, by the way. Because as long as the e4 square is positionally dominated by black in this way, white has zero advantage. Bortnik is doing just fine. Pawn to a4. Bishop f4 threatens the c7 pawn. Knight c6 creates the idea of bishop takes f3 followed by queen takes d4. So rook fd1 protects d4, and now rook to a6. Nice. Mikola wants this rook to be activated here. He's playing for a win. Knight e5, bishop takes g2, king takes g2. Mikola Bortnik is doing just fine. Black has a very firm grip on the light squares. That's exactly right, Sabaz. Yeah. That's the same theme with reverse colors. To hold or not to hold. So it is up to black now to demonstrate that he can get an advantage via some sort of plan which involves the domination of the light squares, a strategic domination of the light squares. So let's say knight a5, knight b3, queen d5, something like that, just exploiting the weak light squares. Going once again to board number 3. Putnam arrived at the board 55 minutes late, and he's playing a rapid game against Nicolas Mata, who's playing classical chess. Let's see how he's doing. We had stopped on move 10. He plays e4, threatening a fork. There's nothing else for black to do other than to play e5. Mata played it instantly, as he should. We have rook d1, trying to put some pressure on the d file where the black queen is. And now we have e takes d4, knight takes d4, and queen to c7. Black is threatening h2. And white has replied with the typical g3 and then b4. After just 3 minutes, Putnam goes for knight f5. Yeah, Teng decided to hold, and Mikola decided to not do it. So one element there is just style. How stubborn are you? That's part of one's chess style. I'm stubborn. I will typically hold on to the pawn unless I see something that discourages me from trying. In Bortnick's case, something was working to his advantage here, which was the fact that he had options. He has options here. He doesn't need to hold. He can easily give up the pawn, completely dominate the light squares in the center, and know for sure that he has a good position, at least full equality, at the very least. So that helps. With Andrew's strategy, it's different, because with Andrew's strategy, his entire strategy is having an extra pawn. He's given up center and bishop pair just to have the extra pawn. So then it's no longer a matter of style. It's no longer about style. It's just, if you're going to play like that, to have an extra pawn, you have to do everything you can to keep the extra pawn. So after Liam played knight f5, what happened there? Black defended the bishop with bishop e5. Seems to be the only move. Because if this bishop goes to c5, then white can play bishop f4. Something like this. Looks really bad for black. So he plays bishop e5, knight to a4, and c5. The e4 pawn is being threatened. This is why black pushes b4 early on. And Liam could defend it with bishop f3. But instead he decides to play knight e7 check and knight d5. And Liam only used up 10 minutes on the clock for his first 18 moves. Usually a knight like that cannot be tolerated. It's about black just deciding which of the two minor pieces he's going to give up for the knight. And it doesn't really make a lot of sense to give up the bishop, pair. Then this bishop can become very strong here, or here, or here. Doesn't make sense strategically to me for black to give up that light squared bishop. So he takes with the knight, which is a strong positional decision. Now, since this pawn is being attacked twice, and a third time and a fourth time, black now needs to prove that he's got enough activity to compensate for the weakness of the c5 pawn. Rook a c8, bishop e3, and pawn to c4. Oh. That looks pretty good. That looks good. Then we've had a3. Very good move by Nicholas Matter here. Liam thought for 3 minutes and played a3. That's a very provocative move. Very provocative. He's provoking Nicholas Matter into playing b3. He's definitely thinking that if black plays b3, he can play the queen to c1 and bring the knight back. Something's off. Hmm. Trying to understand this. Because black chose c3. What a decision for black. Black is going to push one of these two pawns, but absolutely critical decision. And Mata only used up 4 minutes on his clock to do it. I don't like this. Oh, if Andrew Tang is playing black here and he needs to decide between c3 and b3, this is so critical. He could easily spend 15 minutes here. I think I would too. Sometimes that's a mistake we can make in chess, to underestimate the severity of what's happening right now and how critical it is. The rest of the game will be entirely shaped by the result of this decision right now. The reason I like b3 so much is that I can play queen to a5, attack the knight, and attack the c3 square. So when the knight comes here, I'll swap the bishop for it, and I want this protected passed pawn on the 6th rank. No doubt black is better here because of it. Knight f6, bishop f3, rook fd8. Black has to be better regardless of whether bishop takes a7 is a good move or not. b3 followed by queen a5 looks very strong. We had c3 instead, and then b takes c3. Okay. B takes c3. Rook ab1, bishop a8. And rook to b4. Does Liam want to play some bishop d4 idea? Or maybe rook c4? Nicely put, Red Flag Jazz. And I would also add to that comment that there's a special skill in chess for a tournament player in recognizing a critical moment in real time as it presents itself. Andrew Tang is really good at that. It's like, okay, you know, something in his instincts, you know, once the critical position arises, he's like, oh, I will sit here for 20 minutes now. The next 15 or 20 moves will be entirely shaped by my very next move, you know? So, really interesting game on board number 3. Let's take a look at Jasmine versus George. When George played f5, I wondered whether this would have been a good move, but Jasmine did not play it. She went for f4. If white doesn't play f4, black can play f4 and start pushing too many pawns on the king side. So it's very normal for white to push f4 himself. This is also an effort to keep the opponent's light squared bishop bad, but it does weaken the e4 square And this is exactly what black is going for. Knight f6, knight e4. Rook d1, queen e7. White should really try to find a way to make c5 happen here. I don't know if it can happen immediately. Nice. A little bit of Andrew Tang's history before he became famous. He's awesome. Queen to c2, rook f c8. This move feels a bit slow. Queen c2. Can't white just go ahead and play c5? D takes. Knight takes, knight takes. Bishop takes c5. Knight takes c5 and d6. This works well for white. This is a great line. This is a great line. C5 was very good here. This is just what the doctor ordered. This would have given Jasmine a great position. If Kevin takes with the knight, she can just swap it and play d6 again, and knight takes c5. And then there's this diagonal that's problematic, and then there's the e6 square that's problematic. White has a big advantage. c5 is awesome here. She prepared it a little bit too much, and then she lost control of c5. Now that advance is not happening. Knight f3, pawn to e, knight to e4 again. Rook e1. Queen f7. And queen e2. Quite the waiting game between these two, huh? They're keeping the center of the board tense. And nobody wants to break the tension. Maybe black should play h4 and bishop h5 now. That light squared bishop has been bad for quite a few moves now. Going back to board number 5. We had stopped when Aditya Das had played knight f3 against Nathaniel Moore. The positions seemed to be pretty equal. And Moore decided not to trade here. This is him trying to keep the position more lively so that maybe he can play for a win, because knight takes f3 simply looks like the correct move. Queen takes, plays the rook back here to a8. This is so equal. Black has zero problems. Play knight g6. He wants to attack. He wants to be able to put the knight on f4 maybe. Then white reacts with e5, d5, queen d4, rook a8, and queen g4. King h7 and h4. Rook f8, pawn to g3. So Aditya wants to keep the f4 square under his control. He wants to play h5 as soon as possible. He seems to have the advantage. it was a mistake for Nathaniel not to trade here, guys. Um, you know, smart, talented young player, wants to play for a win, wants to keep more attacking chances, and declines to play the obvious when the obvious is better than the sophisticated. That can happen to everyone, you know. But I love a quote that says that simplicity is the last degree of sophistication. In the journey toward mastery for many chess masters, you know, it really begins with playing simple chess at the very start, just because we don't know better. So we're like, this is a mystery. This is too hard. I have no idea what I'm looking at. What are the rules? Can you tell me the rules? Give me a beginner's book. What are the rules? I'll follow them. Whatever's in the book, I'll follow them. So that's us in the beginning. And then we start to get better and better. And then we realize we have gotten good enough that we can actually break the rules from time to time. It's like, oh, I don't have to respect the rules 100% of the time anymore. Sometimes I can just break them. I know how. And then you start focusing on developing that sophisticated version of your chess self. And along that journey, the more sophisticated you get, it's like you eventually get to this point where you realize that being overly sophisticated comes back to haunt you in certain situations. And then you revert right back to the simple. So it starts playing, we start playing simple. That's level 1. And then we become sophisticated. That's level 2. And then we go back to playing simply. That's level 3. That's now a new level of simplicity where you dominate the complex. You favor the simple while not being afraid of the complex. Simplicity is the last degree of sophistication. Oh, Johan Helston of Sweden. Fantastic guy. Ibrahim.pi is following us. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Ibrahim. So queen to d7, pawn to h5. We'll see if Aditya will be able to convert his advantage. He definitely has an advantage now. But it's just a positional advantage, right? Knight g6, queen to f7. Is it bad to play knight takes g6? Is it really bad? Is he afraid of maybe something on the h file against h6? Like that, but I don't think that's realistic. Black plays here and here. Black's doing fine. I don't mind this trade at all. We had queen f7, queen f4. And then queen to e8. Wow, knight takes h8 and queen takes h5. Nathaniel Moore has outplayed Aditya now. This knight g6 idea was white has to be better here. This might have been a good moment to attack the center as well. Like that. Certainly white's better, but he overly focused on the king side there. And it looks like he just got outplayed. Let's see. Queen f7. Queen to g4. This has just gotten... You see what happens with the Italian? The Italian always starts nice and smooth. And then take a look at that. What a way to trap a knight. There's no f3 because of queen takes g3 check. Queen takes c7, rook takes h8, queen to b6. Yeah, if white takes this pawn, black will invade the 7th rank by playing one of the rooks to b8. So he preferred to play the queen to b6, and this is what we have right now. So knight g6 was certainly a mistake by Aditya. He played it too quickly. He had an advantage on the king side, but he's not reigning supreme at that side of the board either. He should have played c4, rook ad1, and opening up a second front of attack should be ideal for white here, and he certainly has a good advantage. He must not have seen queen takes h5. Very sharp move by Nathaniel. Now, if anybody's a bit better, should be black, just because white's king is weaker. The f file is pretty juicy. Potential weaknesses on e5 and f2, and the f3 square as well. This is quite comfortable for Nathaniel, and the worst has passed for him. He has just played the h rook to f8. And let's go to board number 6. We'd stopped at move 14. After rook fe8, Leif Pressman had a slight advantage against the Irishman John Hughes. Rook to e1, pawn to f5. Allowing the pawn to be... Oh, I see. Of course. Oh, that's interesting. Because if f takes e5, there's rook takes e5, queen takes e5, and bishop d6. That's it. That's just the thing. John Hughes is in a bit of trouble here. He's under pressure. He plays queen f3. So he does that good old strategy of training the queens to ease up the pressure. Plenty of exciting games. Red flag chess. I agree. Queen to f3. Queen takes f3. G takes f3 and bishop to d6. King to g3 and king to f7. F takes c5, bishop takes c5, and bishop f4. It's very clear that white is super, super happy with the draw here, and he's just trying to find a way to equalize. This entire game has been a success for Leif Pressman, but he is playing a good, solid opponent, and he doesn't seem to have, or he doesn't seem to have had anything more than a slight advantage. I wondered if, when king g3 was played, if rook e6, planning to either double the rooks or play rook g6 check, could have been interesting. Looks pretty interesting. This is what we have, and the status quo continues. Leif Pressman is a bit better, trying to put pressure. Jasmine Sue's game has ended with Kevin, and it's a draw. The final few moves were queen to e2, queen to c7, knight d2. Knight c5, f takes e5. Wow. Attacking the rook and the pawn. This looks fantastic for white. How did this end in a draw? What? No. Something's up with the DGT boards. We can trust that it ended in a draw, but we cannot trust these final few moves. There's no way. We'll see later on what really happened. Let's go to board number 7 with Ling versus Colas. Black was positionally better with the queen side majority. Queen f3, a5, queen to g3, and rook to a6. Queen to g5 and pawn to a4. Tough position for white to defend. Hard to find something to do. He decides to play a3, thinking that if black takes twice, then the d5 pawn would hang. So we have b takes a3, b takes a3, and king to g7. Rook to c3 and rook to b6. Black's protected passed pawn on the 5th rank gives him a positional advantage for sure. Bishop c2, rook e8, rook to c1, rook to b2. By the looks of it, Colas is improving his position, and Ling is not being able to find much, because there probably isn't much for him. So queen to f3 and bishop c6, queen to d1 and rook to d8. Feels like a positional domination to me. This rook on c3 is in charge of protecting this pawn. That's very important. This might have lost the game. Wait. Bishop takes a4, bishop takes a4, queen takes a4, pawn to g5 wins this knight. If bishop takes a4 was indeed played, then white's completely lost. Takes g5. This rook attacks e2, and the black knight defends both d5 and h5, and this is lost. We'll see later on if this really happened. But if it did, then Joshua Colas will have a winning position against Ling if he finds the trap. Jay Bonin had played knight f4 in a balanced position against Eric Fleischmann. Queen to d7 and pawn to d4. Bishop to f8 and rook to b6. c5 and d takes c5. Rook to d8. He trades and plays c6. B takes and rook a1. He wants to play for a win here. Still, at least have chances. If he wants a draw, he can just take the c6 pawn and be done with it. Didia, white gets 3 pawns. You mean in the Joshua Colas game? c5, a5, bishop d6, and a6. Nice fighting chess by Jay Bonin here. Oh, I see. I'll take a look at that. Well, Black's not out of the woods here, and Jay Bonin is demonstrating a very nice fighting spirit. He doesn't want to draw. He wants to try to play this rook endgame for a win. And, well, if he gets his king to c4, or maybe even c3, this looks good. Like his very legitimate way of playing for a win. He's not just pretending to play for a win here. He is really pretending. So let's take a look at our dear viewer Didia. He mentioned a variation that I did not see. Okay, g5 has been played. Now, if we're having a problem with the dg2 board, but it appears that this variation was indeed played. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, attacks this rook. So queen takes c4, drops the exchange, and rook takes c4, runs into knight b6. Ouch. So it appears that this happened, and if it did, then Joshua Colas either won or will win this game. Looks like a couple more moves were played in the Jay Bonin game. He plays the king to d3 there. Brian Lynn had a slightly worse position, playing against Luke William Hoffman. Let's take a look at that. Knight f6, knight b3. White has a good grip on the dark squares here. Queen there. Knight b7, queen c7. So Brian is being nice and responsible here, accepting that this is a draw. Oh, no. Luke wanted a draw, and he decided to continue. Queen d6 would be a draw by repetition, but he wants to keep playing. So there is, of course, a rating difference between the two of almost 300 points, favoring the player with the black pieces. But the reality of this position is that the one that should be playing for a win is white, not black. One idea which I like in these pawn structures is when black plays the bishop to f5, to plan on taking with the pawn here, something like this, because that opens up the c file, and we have more pressure on c5, and the d3 pawn takes e4 away from the knight. Ideas like that were available in the position to benefit white, but black is the one who wants to play for a win. Bishop g4, b3, knight d7. Knight takes, and queen to c3. a5 and a4. Queen to d6 and queen to e5. Now it's pretty explicit that white is happy with the draw here, and that black is trying to play for more. Brian doesn't want to trade everything. He wants to keep one pair of rooks on the board. This could be a good type of endgame for black to trade both of the rooks, because then the king can centralize super quickly. He can play like this, and c5, things like that. So we might have the opportunity to have our first interview of this round. Let's see if we can. Looks like we will be able to. Joshua Colas, congratulations on your win.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nice. How are you? Nice to have you back here. Let's take a look at the. First of all, there was a bit of a bug with the DGT board because when he played Bishop takes A4. The GDT board showed that you played the queen to B3 here, and I don't think you did. I don't think.
Oh, yes. He definitely captured on A4.
Yes.
Position.
Yes. So he captured, and then you played G5.
I played G5. Yes. I think he'll maybe miss this move. Perhaps I think he was calculating 94 ideas instead of Bishop takes A4.
Oh, I see. But when you played G5, did he resign or did he play you on here?
He played knight takes D5. I did knight takes D5. I think this variation luckily works out for me because after knight takes D5, it's unclear if I do not have this knight B6 idea. So he played rook takes C4.
Oh, I see.
And then knight B6, and the tactics work out in black's favor there. But I feel like if I don't have this idea with knight b6, it's not easy. It's perfect. It's not clear as to how black can win this.
Yes, unless there's something on the 7th rank that's quick, right? Like that
Right.
or something like that.
Still,
Did he continue playing after knight b6?
he did. He played, I believe, queen a5.
Queen a5.
Yes.
Okay.
And after knight takes c4, rook takes c4, queen f6,
Okay.
f3, and then the end game is good for black. Rook b1, king h2, with queen b6,
Then queen d6 check.
f4.
F4.
I played. I think in this position, I played the move rook 8 b5.
Wait, after f4. Oh, a rook from 8. I'm sorry, the other one.
Yes, the other one. And then after queen c3, rook 1 b3, and then he resigned it.
Okay. That was the final position. One diagram in particular, I spent a long time with the audience talking about this, felt really thematic and really instructive. Joshua, was this one right here when he decided to move the knight back to c3 without taking on c5, but then after you play c4 and b5, it looks like only black is really only black really has a plan right now. Yeah. You know, when we studied the theory of hanging pawns a bit more deeply, realized, hey, we better give up some center and take on c5 and play the knight back to c3, so at least white has something to do because the two pawns are potentially weak, right?
Right.
And I checked this with the engines later, and the evaluation was that he had to do this in order to keep a balanced position. And after he played knight c3, your idea was completely correct, and black does have an advantage after this.
Okay. Yeah, I was also looking at d takes c5 during the game. B takes, I mean, as you well explained, the hanging pawns. At least you give up the center, but at least you know, there's some play for white. So, but without d takes c5, it's harder. It's less space on the queen side. It's harder to navigate. Your pieces.
It's particularly unpleasant to have a position where you're worse as white, but your opponent does not have an immediate threat, and yet you don't seem to have anything much to do, and you are in a waiting mode, and you feel like the boa constrictor is coming, right, to press you, and that's pretty much what happened here. So we had queen f3, a5, and he tried to create some ideas, some shenanigans on the king side, but black's position is just very solid, right? You can just have the mindset of playing a couple of key defensive moves on the king side while expanding your queen side there. It's like the position flows very naturally on your favor.
Yes.
And then he decided when you played a4 that probably he did not want you to play a3 and played a3 himself.
Right.
You played the king to g7. And
so here I think this was a critical moment. Sorry to cut you off there.
Of course.
I was contemplating queen takes a3. However, I don't know. I don't think it's the correct move, practically speaking, because after knight takes d5, I was analyzing knight takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop e6, and queen b5. So at this point, or yeah, maybe not queen e5, but queen e5.
e5.
Yeah, I guess to avoid any threats. But after queen to e5, it's unclear. I didn't think I have a clear way with the split pawns. If they were connected, that's a different story. But they're split in this position.
Because white can play a little d5 himself. It looks like he has some play too.
Yes. So that's why I went for the g7.
But it looks like the perfect decision, Josh, just because if the status quo is favoring black, you keep it, right? So when you play the king to g7, he played here, and he was able to keep. So this bishop is key to his defense because he protects b3 and e4. Without this bishop, he should be lost already. And then we had rook to e8. Do you think that around this moment there was anything better which he might have missed that to give him better chances to escape?
It was. I feel like trying to trade a set of minor pieces should be the goal, or at least find a way to break through. But it was very difficult to get e4 in at the right time. I'm not sure if the tactics work out in his favor in either of those variations, but while I was calculating, I didn't find a moment where he could break through comfortably. So perhaps after queen g3, I thought that was okay. I expected queen g3 here. Sorry, rook c. I guess that happened on the move after rook c1.
Yes, but rook c1, rook b2, and queen b3. So now he's threatening knight h5 check. You play the queen to e7.
Yes, instead of rook c1, could he play rook b1 in that position, trying to trade at least one pair of rooks? I'm not sure.
Then perhaps you trade and play the other one.
Right.
But still bishop c2.
Right, bishop c2.
And
at least
could this be one of those positions where rook b3 might work?
I was actually looking at that as well. It looks very nice. At least with a pair of rooks exchanged, rook b3 does seem like a pretty good idea. Yes.
Like if he takes and you take, these are pass connected pawns, and this knight has the e4 square for a fork. And let's see. Let's run an engine analysis here. Let's see what the engine is going to say about this. Oh yes, Josh, it's minus 4.10 with rook b3. The second best move is rook e8, and it's minus 0.7. So rook b3 is the perfect idea to win here.
To win, got it.
Nice. Okay. So the position was completely winning, but this move had to be played.
Right. Makes sense. Right.
And so we had rook to b2, queen to g3, queen to e7, and what's really plaguing white is that what else can he do other than one movers, right? And then he plays the queen to f3, and then bishop to c6, and then it's like you said, since this is a type of position where he can never break through with e4 because you are the one completely dominating that square with everything, then he has nothing better to do than just try to keep the position as solid as possible while waiting. And then you double the rooks, and bishop takes a4 seems to be a completely losing move then.
Yes. Tactically, it doesn't work out. But it's hard to find a move in this position if there's no bishop takes a4.
Yeah.
Maybe rook b1 again, but the same ideas I think apply with rook b3, some of these positions.
So maybe the most stubborn thing that white might be able to do is, in anticipation of a possible rook b3, maybe some rook a1, which overprotects a3.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. This would at least probably have forced you to like still work for a win, right?
Of course. Yeah, I agree. I was always analyzing if there's a right time to sack the rook for the bishop and then play rook b3 as well. And also control the e4 square. So there's different ideas, but as you said, yes, rook a1 most likely would have kept the game going a little longer.
So let's run an engine analysis on this move as well. So we have minus 2.05 with the engine suggesting that black should play h5, h4, h5, h4, and then knight e4. Yeah, so it's a positional thing. You keep grinding, and you keep slowly improving the position. We don't have a tactical shot yet, but yeah, the positional advantage is very, very big. And you know, eventually white's position should really crumble. And then after g5, it looks like, yeah, then you just up a rook, and it was pretty desperate for him. Very, very nice, Josh. Congratulations on another really, really fine win. Because this is my favorite type of win, Josh. Whenever I'm in tournament play myself, where you just demonstrate deeper understanding of typical middle game positions, and these, it was really a model game on how to play these structures as black. Congratulations, really, really cool.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's good to be back.
Nice. Best of luck in the final round.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Josh.
Take care.
This is awesome. A model win. Really well played game. Model win by Josh. Do we have another? Oh, Andrew Tang has 1 minute. Andrew Tang has 1 minute. And Mikola, okay, we've just gotten word that Mikola's game has ended. Just a little moment, production. Let's finish his game here. We had looked at this. King takes g2, queen d5 check. Let's take a look at how everything else transpired here. Queen d5 check, king to g1, rook f d8, knight takes c6, rook takes and queen to d3, queen to h5. Mikola definitely with the better position here. f6, bishop f4. Mikola Bortnik is in really fine form, better pawn structure, and very enterprising play with the major pieces there. e3, queen to h3, rook f1, and f5. And now, whoa, what a move. Mikola is in such great form. He takes f4. So this is the final diagram which we have on the stream, but we'll see if this is where the game ended. Let's transition into the interview with the winner, Mikola Bortnik. Hello, Mikola, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us? Okay, awesome.
Yes, I can hear.
This is the final diagram. Oh wait, I am not. I don't know if I am sharing. Can you see the board, Mikola, right now, or?
Not really.
Let me
show the board.
Let me see here. I think I can. Let me just.
Okay.
We're not being able to show the board here for a little while. I need just 1 minute, guys. I think I might be able to fix this on OBS. For some reason, the board is not showing for Mikola there. Okay.
Now I can see the board.
Oh, nice, nice. So this is the final position which we have on the stream, Mikola. When you play e takes f4 and then Aaron captures back, what happened after this?
Yeah. In this position, I played queen h4.
Queen to h4. So the f4
Yeah.
pawn is under attack. And then what happened after?
Queen e3.
Queen e3. At this point, you seem to have a pretty large advantage here.
Sorry, my screen is frozen again. I don't see the board. I mean,
Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, yeah, I see that on your screen it is frozen.
mhm.
Let's see if you can. Let's see if this will show the board here.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's showing now, Mikola. We're trying to fix this. So you played. We had Queen h4. Yeah, but
Queen
I see
e3.
Queen to h4 and Queen to e3. Yeah. But I can see that for you, it's the audience can see after Queen e3 what happened here, but it's not really showing for you there on the screen. Did the game last long after this? After this moment when Queen e3 was played?
Not really. I played queen f6.
We had Queen f6. And then that was attacking the pawn on d4.
Yes, and queen e8 check.
Queen e8 check.
King h7.
King h7.
Yes, queen a8.
And then Queen to a8.
Yes, I played queen takes d4
Queen takes d4.
and queen b7, rook g6, and he resigns.
Queen b7 and rook g6. Oh yes. Now he is completely lost. It looks like we are having a problem with the board not showing for you, Mikola. I just wanted to ask you, like in the opening, you had the option when he played queen takes c3 early on. When you decided to play bishop c6, I was going over that moment with the audience. You also had the option to play b5 and keep that pawn. Was that something you considered at that point, or did you?
Yes. Yeah, yes, you're right. This was a very interesting moment. I was thinking about b5, but I have some experience in such positions, and not a great experience in the blitz games.
Okay.
When I played b5 and white has counterplay on the king side, for example, knight e5, and later they can even push h4, because all my pieces are on the queen side, right?
Yes.
So, and at the same time, it's unclear what is my plan, how to push my pawns. Yes, I'm up a pawn, but I don't know how to improve my position later.
Yes.
And that's why I decided to take an easy plan. Bishop d6, bishop d5.
I was talking to the audience about that moment because I really like your decision for practical tournament play, because you control the light squares in the center, and as long as you dominate e4 like that, it's like black's position is easier to play and find decisions than it would be if you decided to play b5 and keep the pawn, and then it's like just awkward decisions to make there.
Yes, I totally agree. Practically, it's much better. And also, later, I'm not sure the moment when he played knight e5.
When he played the knight to e5.
Yes, I played bishop takes g2,
yes.
Queen takes g2.
And then when you played queen d5 check?
Yeah, before queen d5 check, I had too many options, even g5 move, and I'm not sure which one is the best. Yeah, I spent some time for this moment. So I had g5, knight d5, queen d5, even knight takes d5, and I wasn't sure what's the best move. So what engine says?
Let's see. Let's have a little engine analysis, because it felt like you were very slightly better there already, because you dominate the light squares so well. But then the very best move there. So it looks like the moves which you suggested, knight d5 and queen d5, they're number 2 and number 3 with the engines. The very best one is knight to a5.
Okay.
Followed by knight b3 with ideas of rook d6 after.
I thought about it, but I would think knight a5, rook d3, knight b3, rook a d1, and simply rook d6. Interesting.
And then with rook d6 ideas after. So the knight on b3 and the rook on d6, putting pressure on d4. But I mean, that's very engine-like. I don't know if many human beings would think of that in a game, even very strong players.
Because it's a little bit risky. My knight is out of the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
On b3.
Yeah. And what about his decision of playing bishop to f4 and e5 and provoking f6 to move the bishop back to f4? Did you feel during the game that might have been wrong?
I thought his idea was to play bishop e5, f6, g4. Queen g5, bishop g3, and for some reason he rejected it. I don't know why.
Yeah, and then after that, bishop g3, you can maybe push h5 even after that.
h5, yeah, h5 or queen e3 check.
Or queen e3 check. Oh yeah, that's true. Queen e3 check, then queen takes, knight takes, attacks the rook. He has a problem on d4, and then there's knight c4 maybe, right? Attacking b2.
Knight c4, yes, knight c4. So maybe at the last moment he decided to change it and went back to f4. But objectively, he shouldn't play bishop e5. I think bishop d2 is more interesting.
Yeah.
Because he prepares c4. Even after bishop d2, maybe I have rook b6. e4, some such moves like rook b3 should work.
Oh, yeah.
Queen c4, knight b6, queen c7, rook c8. It looks that I have a great development, weak squares, and knight must be stronger, much stronger than bishop.
And your evaluation is spot on, Mikola, because I'm running this through the engines as you speak, and it's always like black slightly better and white being forced to make very accurate moves to keep the disadvantage small.
I'm just saying what I calculated during the game, so yes. I don't see even the board right now.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to imagine.
Do you? One final question I'd like to make, Mikola, was Do you think was there a tactical mistake because like when your rooks got so strong on the fourth and third ranks there attacking his king? Was there anything very wrong that he did tactically there to allow you to have such a winning position quickly?
No, I'm pretty sure that Queen E8 is a final mistake. Queen E8, Queen A8, because tactically it loses immediately after Rook G6, Queen D3 check.
Yeah.
For example, G6, King F1, Queen D3, Rook E2, Queen takes F3, and it's over. And also, let's be honest, you cannot put your queen away when we have too many open files, like Queen A8, right? Maybe he could play something like Rook D1 and try to defend all these pawns, but I don't know. Too many weaknesses on the board. It should be winning for black.
Yeah, because at that point you had an advantage pretty much in every area of the board.
I think he had another chance before he played D3. When I played Rook D5, right?
Yes,
E3.
when you played Rook D5 and he played E3.
So maybe instead of E3, he could try to play Rook C1, Rook AC1, and give up the H2 pawn, but attack my pawn on E6, and try to run his king away on the queen side.
Oh, I see.
I don't know if it works, but if he can move King F1, King E1, King D2, or King F2, King E3, his position is quite safe.
Oh, I see. But appears against this specific idea, there is a way for black to finish, Mikola. So Rook AC1, you play the Rook to H5. Then
Rook C6.
Rook takes C6, Queen takes H2 check, King to F1. And then Queen to G3 doesn't allow his king to escape to E1. And then there's Rook H1. So,
all right, and Queen E6 doesn't work. Okay, got it.
Queen E6, the king goes to H7.
And F5, and Rook saves the pawn. Okay.
And then F5, and the Rook saves the pawn. That's it. Guys, Mikola was doing, we had a problem with his board. We're seeing all of the analysis, but he was actually doing this blindfolded. And fantastic. Like, you're in great shape, Mikola. Now you are certainly at least one of the two leaders leading into the final round. Best of luck at the championship game in the final round.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will try to do my best. Yeah.
We'll be rooting for you. Like, it's been really enterprising to watch your games. Good luck, Mikola.
Thank you.
Mikola was. We had a problem with his board here, and he was doing that blindfolded. So, in order to be able to do other interviews, we're gonna take a quick break here to try to solve the problem with the boards, because I don't think everybody's going to be able to analyze blindfolded the way Mikola just did. What an amazing player. We'll be right back. I really want to see what happened with Andrew Tang's game after c6. We had all kind of concluded that queen c7 was the move which Kamrakulov had to play against this. And this appears to be exactly what he did. Anything else and Kamrakulov would have been in trouble. B takes c6 runs into this line, which wins the exchange. And rook takes c6 runs into bishop b5, which wins the exchange. And queen takes c6 runs into knight takes a5. That which just wins the pawn. Queen c7 seems to be perfect. Defends a5, defends b7, and he wants to be able to put pressure on the b file here. Knight takes a5 was played anyway. That seems to be the best move. This knight cannot be taken. If the queen takes the knight, c takes b7, captures a pawn and forks everybody. B takes c6, knight b3. Doesn't it look like Kamrakulov fixed his position? Chess Prep is the newest subscriber to the Martial Chess Club Twitch channel. Thank you so much, Chess Prep. Black appears to be doing fine now. This is a type of position where white would really want the a pawn to be on a2, protecting the knight. The fact that it's not weakens not just the knight, but most importantly the pawn on b2 as well. Seems to be a good position for Kamrakulov. Bishop d1 protects the knight. And now c5. Kamrakulov is still down a pawn, but the weakness of the b2 pawn is way too annoying, and Andrew Tang does not have a lot of time on the clock. He plays rook to a2, rook to b7, knight to c1, and then pawn to c4. Now this knight gains access to c5, and black's position looks fantastic now. Knight to e2, rook a b8, and he plays the queen all the way back to c1. Rook to b6, Kamrakulov might be interested in tripling up major pieces now. Boom, boom. Bishop c2, and queen to b7. Kamrakulov's strategy worked to perfection, and black is just much better. There's no way to keep that pawn anymore. Andrew Tang seems to have instantly played f5 here. So he's got that, of course, that bullet gear. He's a fantastic bullet player, and he can switch that on anytime he wants. G takes f5, queen to f4. Wow. What is his plan here? Kamrakulov did not take the b2 pawn. Was it that bad? Maybe Andrew wanted to take and play rook b1. Then queen takes c2, rook takes b8 check. check. Okay, this variation is good for black. I don't know if this could have been played differently by white. But by the looks of it, rook takes b2 was playable, but that was not his decision. He played the queen to c7. And Andrew played the queen back to c2. At this point, of course, Andrew would be very satisfied with a draw. But he's the one under attack. At the moment, this is a bit of a nightmare for Andrew Tang because he won his first 4 games in a row, and he won them in fantastic fashion. And so he lost a pretty devastating game to Mikola Bortnik yesterday. And now he is much worse and with almost no time on the clock against Kamrakulov. He has played the rook to d1 to protect d3. Let's take a quick look at Liam Putnam's game on board number 3. We looked at it when he played the rook to b4. We've had a5 and rook to c4. Queen to b7 and knight takes c3. Rook takes c4 and rook to c8. It took Nicolas Matta 10 minutes to play a5. Took him 10 minutes to make that move. But after rook c4, c3 just seems to be hanging. Is it possible that Liam Putnam's time trouble somehow threw Nicolas Matta out of balance? Rook c8, knight to e4. Queen to c7 and knight to g5. So Liam Putnam is threatening a checkmate in one move. And the thing is, against knight f6, he can play d6 and attack there. Wow. This is a fantastic line for white. Queen takes c4, queen takes c4, rook takes c4, knight takes f7 check, king to g8, knight takes c5, attacks the rook. The rook moves, we push d7, bishop b6, and Liam Putnam would be completely winning here. This is a superb line. g6 was played instead, and then knight takes f7 check, king to g8. Now pawn to d6 cannot work because of queen takes c4. Queen to a4. Took him 3 minutes to make this move. He went from 9 minutes down to 6. He's trying to attack this knight. So king takes f7, d6 check, queen takes c4, queen takes d7 check, king to f6. Wow. If the king goes to g8, he can take on c8 with a check. Queen takes d7, king to g5, and bishop here. So this wins for white, right? Queen takes, pawn, Rook takes a8, and this has to be winning for white. Sebas is asking, in the 10 game, was knight d4 an option instead of bishop d1? Oh, let's take a look at that. We're going to take a look at that, Sebas. Just a few more moves here. King f6, pawn to h4. Threatening a checkmate in 1. g5, check, check. Liam Putnam, of course, is completely winning now. Queen c6 threatens a check. This game got so wild. h5 check, queen e7. Okay, now this is over because this is going to be a checkmating net for sure. This is over because king g8, queen e6 check, then bishop h6. And then queen f6 and queen g7. Black might have resigned. Liam Putnam wins his game against Nicolas Mata. It's not official yet. Sabaz asking about Andrew Tang's game. This position when Kamrakulov attacking the knight and then Andrew Tang responded with bishop d1. What about knight d4? So Sabah's argument is that since the b2 pawn is lost anyway, isn't it better to just give it up at once, improve the knight, because then white might have a position that's better harmonized and better coordinated with centralized pieces, because in the attempt to protect the pawn, Andrew Tang's pieces had to occupy awkward positions. But against knight d4, we would probably have had rook takes b2. And yeah, but this looks playable. It's like it's like white would have given up playing for the win and is just satisfied with trying to get a draw. Black has a better pawn center, but white has a passed pawn on the a file. This should still be balanced. Yeah, I agree. This should still be balanced here. So this would have been a way for white to just like abort any plan of winning the game and just go for the draw instead. We've had a few more moves being played. Queen to b7, queen to e3. Attacking the knight, queen back to c7, and rook to b1. Queen to e5, and queen to f3. Knight e4 threatens knight d2. So Andrew Tang decides to take it, and we have queen takes e4. Queen takes e4 and f takes e4. Ha. So if Kamrakulov does win this game, and his position is not winning yet, but he's definitely better, because it's going to be hard for him to find a tactical trick on c3 while this knight is defending it. But if he does win, he will have a score of 4 wins out of 4 games, right? So Andrew Tang plays g4 now, vacating this square so the knight can go maybe to h5 later. It's official. Liam Putim has defeated Nicholas Mata there with a fantastic finish. That's pretty crazy. Liam Putnam arrived at the playing hall 55 minutes late and defeated a very strong player, a FIDE master rated 2253, basically giving up 55 minutes in clock odds. That's pretty crazy. That's a story to tell. Jasmine versus Kevin, we had a problem with the DGT boards here. Yeah, still not been fixed, because if this position had really occurred, white would have taken the rook or the pawn, and white would have won the game. So we still don't know what truly happened at the very end, that these guys went for the draw. And pretty surprising news, but Nathaniel Moore was defeated by Edite Adaz. Let's see what happened there. Rook f8, queen to d4, queen to h3, check. Felt like all the way black was slightly better. Rook to h5, queen to f3, rook to f8, queen to g2. Queen to f5, rook to b4. Huh. Queen to c2, that's pretty surprising, huh? Still looks like black is playing really well. Rook takes b7 is not a good move, because if rook takes f2, queen takes f2 and rook h1 check, and king to g2 and rook h2 check. Picks up the rook, picks up the queen, and attacks the rook there. So f4 was played instead. Queen to d3. He really doesn't want to trade the queens. And at this point, he's correct to do so. Because if he does trade the queens, now it's a weird rook endgame for black. This pawn is hanging and this rook is exposed. Black seems to be in trouble in this rook endgame. So keeping the queens on the board seems to be correct. But white did take the pawn on f7 now. Nathaniel Moore is so aggressive. He's going for it with g5. Takes, and king to h8. Queen to g4 and rook to h3. Oh, so this was the problem. Rook h3 was the... Rook h3 appears to have been the problem here. Because after king g2, king g2 is so strong. This rook is going to have to go here. Then he was able to trade the rooks and take on e6. Okay, this queen endgame. This queen endgame is going to be lost. Because queen takes f4 cannot be played because of queen f6. And after the queens are traded, white can quickly play b4, b5, and a6. So instead of rook h3, this rook had to be protected on f5. This would have been a better choice. Black is down a pawn, but black's pieces are very active. White king is exposed. White does not seem to have a threat at all. Black should be just fine here. Maybe it's even easier to play as black. So rook h3, black went from just fine to completely lost. It really was an endgame blunder by Nathaniel Moore. He did not have a lot of time on the clock. He had 8 minutes. But he played rook h3 pretty instantly here. And then after king g2, he appears to have realized the mistake and took him 6 minutes to reply with rook e3. Check, king g3, check, king g4. He took the pawn with a check. The white king goes to the 7th rank. Check. Takes, and king d7. And this is when black resigned. An unexpected win for Aditya Das, who fought a resilient battle defensively. Let's take a look at the penguin. What happened with the penguin? What kind of rabbit did he pull out of the head? Did he do it? G4, rook b3, point to a5. Now bishop takes c3. Whoa. Rook to a7 and f3. Takes. Kamrakolov is up a pawn, but this pawn on the 6th rank is extremely strong. So Kamrakolov's mistake might have been to go for the c3 pawn when this pawn seems to be weaker, and maybe he can play the bishop to e5 to control this knight better and then double the rooks on the a file instead of the b file. This one I'm looking at this idea with the engines right now. And yes, bishop e5, king to g2, rook to a6. And the black's advantage is at minus 1.8. Huge advantage for black. Komrakulov has played f6. Anything can happen now. Komrakulov has a 5-minute edge, but we know the bullet monster that Andrew Tang is. He has fought back. Jay Bonin won his game. He did indeed win the endgame against Eric Fleischman. Let's see how that happened. c4, king c3. Check. And rook d4. Keeps a6 protected. Keeps c4 attacked. He's got the better king. Nice. He simply rounded up that pawn, took it, kept the rooks coordinated, kept activating the king. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Good on Jay. Pawn to the 7th rank. Check, rook takes f2, rook b8 check, rook takes a8. He hides the king on e5 and black resigns the game. Of course, if king takes c6, rook c8 check, followed by the promotion of the pawn. And Jay Bonin has been able to win his game. So cool. And Brian Lynn's ambition has also paid dividends. He won his game as black against Luke William Hoffman. Bishop takes e8, takes, and rook b8. King to e2 and king to e7. King to d2 and king to d6. So Brian Lynn believes that because white's pawns are fixed on light squares and white has a light squared bishop, he has better chances in this endgame. He's got the right bishop. Yes, Sebas, I was just thinking in Komrakulov's game, doubles the rooks on the a file. I mean, if the pawn on a4 could be taken, that would be a huge step in the right direction to win. But white could double up the rooks behind the a pawn as well, of course. So it's not that simple. Bishop d7, bishop f3. Rook to b4, rook to h4, and pawn to c4. So Brian is putting pressure against b3 and a4 here. King c3 and king c5. King, oh, nice move. d4 check, rook takes, and c takes b3. Rook takes b4 and a takes b4 check. Fine endgame technique by Brian. Now he's going to a5 and pick up this guy. Who is Leaf? Just out of, you can ask anything, my friend. I can't promise I'll answer everything. I am from Brazil. Then he plays f6. White resigned here. Might have been just a bit early, but the thing is that black will protect this pawn and attack the other one. And once this pawn is lost, this really is all over. Black will be able to re-centralize the king, take the king to the king side here, and even use the b pawn as bait as he picks up everything that white has on the king side. Nice technical win for Brian, the 13-year-old Brian Lin. The Penguin now is on equal terms on the clock with Kamrakulov. How about that? How about that? E5 check. Guys, let's take a quick look at the 10-year-old Lin Shizu. What happened there? He was completely winning on move 21 when he played c takes d4. This is the last moment we had seen in the game. Knight takes f4, bishop takes f7, king takes f7. He's threatening knight h3. White plays the king to h1. He plays the queen to g5, allowing e takes d5, and then playing knight h3, letting another pawn be captured, and then knight e4. Oh, so white fought back there. So the queen g5 idea did not work very well for Zhu. He could have played d takes c4. His light squared bishop is stronger here. The opponent takes, then he plays d3 with ideas of bishop c5, bishop takes c4, bishop c5. Or maybe he can pick up the other pawn. Maybe this is safer and play bishop c5 and d3, but black is so much better. What we had was knight e4, queen to f4, queen to d3, rook to e8, threatens to take the knight and then play knight f2. Looks like very stubborn defensive play by Pranav Shankar. Rook to e5, knight takes c5, and rook ad1. g6 and queen d2. He traded the queens and brought the knight back to f4, but now this is far, far from simple. Black has two pieces for a rook, but white has a two-pawn advantage and a fantastic pawn structure that's very, very solid. Knight there, rook d1, bishop to c8, and white sacks the exchange to have a great pawn structure. What is going on? What a wild game this was. King to e7, b4, rook to h5, rook e4 check, king d7 and h4. c5 and b5, bishop d3 and b6, king to b7 and king to d6. Zhu is completely lost now, unfortunately for him, and very fortunately for Pranav. This was a huge, huge turn of events here. c6 check. White is completely winning. Zhu went from completely winning to completely lost in this one. Let's go back to Andrew Tang. After f6, we had king f4, f takes g5, h takes g5, king d6, rook a1, e5 and king e3, king c7 and rook a5. They are really fighting till the very end. They both want to win, apparently. Really going. This is what you want, right? The top two guys going after each other like this. They don't want to draw. They get to time trouble over 50 moves. You know, the playing hall is all empty and you just have the top board. This is what you dream of. How come some players have played 6 games already while others only 3? So who is Leaf? What happened is some of the players in the tournament, they had to take buys. For example, Kamrakulov notified the tournament directors that he would not be able to compete on Saturday, and he did so beforehand. So even before the tournament even began, everybody knew that Kamrakulov would only be able to play 5 games instead of 7. The 2 games on Saturday, he would not be available. And so he takes half a point for each of those games by taking what we call a bye. Yes, and as Go Irish is mentioning, only the top 15 boards are on DGT. These guys want to win so badly, both of them, right? Kamrakulov decides to play the king to f5. Like, there was no need for that. He could have gone for a repetition with king d6. Andrew Tang will probably take this pawn. That's what happened. Rook d3 check, king to e2. This is going to end in a draw, guys. Very unlikely for anything else to happen now. It's just awesome to see the fighting spirit on both of these gentlemen. Andrew Tang better be careful here. But I think he's going for the right strategy. Just push, push, push now. Just push, push, push. Like in the spirit of the Leko quote I told yesterday, because it's not clear where Komrakulov play bad and lose the advantage. Yeah, just like that. That's that might be the biggest mystery of high-level chess. It's just that the deeper you understand the game, the smaller the details that you can perceive. And then something that you, with a super well-trained eye, can identify as a mistake might look otherwise regular by somebody else. Only one who can win now, of course, is Komrakulov. And in the meanwhile, Lin Shizu did lose that endgame. He must be so sad right now. Did the game end after c6? Yes, he resigned in this diagram. White's just going to promote. Black's h pawn is not fast enough. It's a win for Pranav Shankar. No one is more interested in a draw in this game than Mikola Bortnik. That would make him the sole leader going into the last round, and he has already played against Komrakulov, so he wouldn't have to play him. And since he beat a very strong opponent in International Master Aaron Jacobson with the black pieces in the second to last round, so it stands to reason that Mikola will have the white pieces in the championship game. Kind of a delicate position for Andrew. He must be careful. Normal and super. Are you rooting for Kamrakolov on this one? Push him, baby. He's like, push him, Andy. Push him. Oh no, it was rook c2 check and king to b3. Take a look at that. The playing hall empty, and Andrew and Kamrakolov just going at it. Andrew played king b2 instantly, and now he has more time on the clock than Kamrakolov. He is fantastic in blitz play. Confident, fast, sharp. Tang is up on time. Exactly. Tang is up on time. How can he be up on time? He was down on the clock so much. Guys, while they do battle here in this endgame, there's just one more game which we have been following, but we have not checked on for a long time. Let's look at it super quickly here. Leif Pressman was trying to demonstrate an in-game advantage against John Hughes. That DGT thing here. Bishop f4. Takes. Okay, that's just crazy. We don't... How to figure this out? What was really played here? I like a riddle, but this is a bit much. Because this rook should be here now. Okay, we don't... we're going to have to drop this game for now. We're going to have to drop that one for now. Until, later on, we can get the right moves. But that was impossible to understand. Thank you so much, Sabaz. I should be doing more of this, actually, because I really enjoy it. I really enjoy streaming. It's just that I have about 40 to 50 private chess students right now, and I don't even know what the exact number is. And they all keep telling me, hey, you got to be on Twitch, you got to be on YouTube. And personally, I'm still trying to find the right balance there, because I would like to... I don't have a YouTube channel. I'd love to have a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel and to post videos on YouTube and to stream regularly. And I used to have a huge blockade with the technology part, to be honest. I love the chess. I love the talking, the communicating, the language learning, all of that. But I've always had a huge blockade with technology, to be honest. And then there's an awesome group of guys helping me with the tech team here. And I'm realizing that I could actually learn this stuff. And I would like to do this more often, just because like a student of mine asked me, he had, hey, Luis, these lessons are amazing. How many people a week get a chance to, enjoy your chess wisdom, he says. I said, well, 40 to 50 people, my private students. And then he asked me, why not like 40 to 50,000 people? Got to create your channel, buddy. I said, yeah, I'm a little bit of a caveman. I really am. But I can say this, I really enjoy doing this. I sit down here and I have played chess tournaments for 28 years, guys. Whatever these guys are going through, I've been there, done that. I know how it feels in my own skin. So I guess I can always like bring a perspective of someone who has, been put through the chess ringer a little bit, and there's no type of chess pain I have not felt, and when it comes to losses. And I know how amazingly we feel when we are training hard and we can see the results, and we're playing like with Mikola right now. I could feel how happy Mikola is because I know he's working hard on his game. He's not just sitting down and playing tournaments and improvising. And the way I talk to Mikola, I can feel like he's locked in, and then you can talk to the variations blindfolded and he'll see them. But then what about rook d1? What about rook d1? And then he's got his eyes closed, and that is a man who is locked in to his inner competitor. And when we take chess seriously and we go through phases like that, it's amazing. It's amazing too. So it's awesome to witness all of this at the same time and talking to you guys, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like with Brian Enming Lin yesterday. Oh man, during our interview, I was feeling for him. 13 years old, dejected after throwing away a game that was very, very certainly won, and I could feel his pain. And that's it. That's the glory and pain of competition. And at the end of the day, we can't control chess. It's too hard. It's too infinite. All we can really do is show up to the theater of battle and give it your best shot and see what happens. Okay, now we're going to have rook c6 check and rook takes c7. That's for sure. Now this is going to be a draw in a couple of moves. Chessable courses, yeah. That's an idea too. Now this is certainly going to end in a draw. There's nothing else now. Now there is nothing else. Yusun8 is the newest follower of the Martial Chess Club channel. These guys are amazing. Okay, now it's a draw. Please, guys. I know you like to fight. Okay, they're signing the score sheets. The game is over. It's a draw. Andrew Tang and Jurabek Komrakulov had a fantastic high-level back-and-forth battle. Andrew Tang had the advantage early on. Komrakulov had the advantage in the middle, and then the game was drawn for a long time, and they still fought until it was Bear King versus Bear King. Exactly, Sebaz. That's the main thing. I don't mind working hard, working long hours. When it comes to chess, I simply love it. I'll love it my whole life. But this is the moment for me, like, to find the right balance between all the things I would like to do with courses and videos and streaming, and balance that out with the private chess class. It's just I love doing this, but I also love the one-on-one interaction, sitting down with one human being for 1 hour or 2 hours, and this just sharing all of your wisdom, and then the friendship that develops. You end up learning a lot from that person as well in other areas of life, and that type of exchange is so enriching. That is something I want to always be a part of my day-to-day life too, at least in small doses. Okay, this game is over, and we have one final round 2 hours from now, guys. Right now it's 3 p.m. Eastern time. The seventh and final round will begin in 2 hours, and Mikola Bortnik is in prime position to win this tournament. He is the only player with 5 points out of 7. Andrew Tang and Kamrakulov both have 4.5 points. And we'll see who Kamrakulov's opponent in the final round is going to be. And by the way, Liam Putnam has 4.5 points as well. And that's the same case with Aditya Das. So 5 points for Bortnik, 4.5 for Tang, Kamrakulov, Putnam, and Das. Heading into the final round, we might have Mikola Bortnik playing the white pieces against Liam Putnam in the final round. That might be the battle right there. Fantastic, guys. This was something special. So I will see you in 2 hours for the final round, and we'll see who's going to be the 2024 Marshall Chess Club champion. Awesome to talk to you guys. I'll see you in 2 hours. Go eat something delicious.
it.